Morning.
Morning.
Y'all hear us?
Morning, yes.
Oh, perfect. Can y'all hear, is the audio clear?
Yes.
Good morning again. I'm Cecilia Jones, Director of Financial Aid from Jarvis Christian University. Wanted to welcome everyone to the FAAC meeting here today. Excuse me. Officially calling the meeting to order. I want to welcome the committee members who are here in person today and those joining us streaming. A few meeting etiquettes. If you are wanting to, if you need to speak, those that are streaming, you can raise your hand. We'll be able to see that, and you here in person, of course, you just let us know if you have anything to say. Keep those that are streaming, if you could keep your voice mics on mute until you need to speak, and remember to raise your hand if you need to say anything, and not use the chat, because others that are streaming cannot see your chat. Okay, I'm gonna do a roll call. Of course, I'm here. Millette Leaf Green. See Millette. Scott Lipinski. See.
Here.
Leah is here. Mary Escobar.
Here.
Heather Fountain. Here. Jackie Kelly.
Here.
Gabby Leon.
Here.
In person. Linda McKendry.
Here.
Michelle Hill.
Here.
Rebecca Marino.
Here.
Erica Ramos.
Here.
Tanya Richardson Dean.
Here.
Let's go. Lisa Scopin. Chopin. Beth Tolan. Here. Amy Wilson.
Here.
Dee Ingram.
Here.
Shannon Crossland. Debbie Richmond.
Here.
Letitia Addison.
Here.
Denise Elisero. Serio. Cassandra Heslop here. For Zana
Here.
and Sandra Moore.
Here.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, we are up to consideration of approval of minutes for December 5th. Those were mailed out to email to everyone. Did anyone see any changes or additions that are needed? Seeing none, I need a motion for approval.
I'll motion. Kevin.
Have a motion, do you have a second? Thank you. All in favor?
Unmute.
And unmute.
Hi.
Thank you. Hey, we will have a nomination. Okay, we are up to an update nomination of new members for this committee. The coordinating board is actively seeking nominations for individuals to serve on the committee since the term of service for some of the current members will be ending. The FAAC meets quarterly and most members serve for a term of 3 years. The FAAC consists of financial aid practitioners, public school counselors, individuals employed in the nonprofit sector and roles with responsibility for advising students regarding financial aid. If you would like to nominate an individual to serve on the committee, please complete the nomination form that was sent out in the email describing why, and you also have to describe why the nominee is particularly well suited for the committee. The individual making the nomination must have authority to approve the nominee's participation on the committee. The nominations are due April 11th. Want to have any questions?
I just have one comment too. Since we're the ones that received the nominations, we've been getting a lot of self-nominations and you cannot self-nominate. So like Cecilia mentioned, it has to be someone who has the authority to nominate you. You cannot nominate yourself. I also received a question on if you've been on the committee, can you be nominated again? And my understanding is yes, you can be nominated again. It doesn't mean you'll be selected again, but definitely if you're interested in continuing your committee membership, you can have someone nominate you and we'll put you into the pool. That's it. We hope to see we got a lot last time, so we're hopeful that we'll see a lot this time as well.
Thank you, Leah. We are up to prior business. Leah Smiley.
There was no prior business. As we go through the meeting, like we've done in the past, if there's something that comes up that we can't resolve or we have questions that we need to take back and review, then we'll bring those up in the June meeting. But as of last time, we did not have any prior business that needed to be addressed, so we can move to the next one. Although I think John Lay will have to see if he's on.
Hey, we are up to external relations with John. John, are you on? Okay, he is not.
So John's gonna circle back with us later to provide an update. He was, with the legislative session, there's a lot going on, so he's not on yet, but he said he'll ping us once he arrives. Yeah. we can go ahead and move to that one.
Okay, we will, go ahead and move to the presentation, standing the test of time. Catherine Mueller, Mapping Your Future.
All right, well, thank you very much. Let's see if we can get rid of that echo.
Mute your speaker.
I'm gonna mute my microphone. Can you hear me all online? Okay, all right.
Can y'all hear okay? Online? Somebody can chime in.
Somebody's-
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you well.
Yes.
So you cannot see my picture though, for some reason or another, my camera is not working. It doesn't like something or another, but hopefully you can hear me and you'll be able to see the presentation here in just a moment. I'm going to share my screen. And again. Okay. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to present to this committee. It's my pleasure, and it's my pleasure to be back in Austin. My husband and I spent several years here in Austin. My husband was getting his doctorate at UT, and I was working at Texas Guaranteed. And I actually worked here in Austin a few years after we moved away. I worked remotely for Texas Guaranteed until we officially spun Mapping Your Future off into its own organization. So I'm going to give you an overview of Mapping Your Future. I'm going to start first to let you know what kind of an organization we are right now. Mapping Your Future continues to be a college access organization. Our mission really is to help students succeed, and that's what we've been doing since day one. That's what we've been working towards. And our mission there is on the screen, really to empower students to succeed in life with college, career, financial aid, and financial literacy information and services. So a couple of years ago, we redid our strategic plan. I'll talk more about why we did that when I get to the history of Mapping Your Future. But we really wanted to focus on 3 different areas. And those were college access, communication services, and education and training. Those are all areas that we focused on since day one. So it's really nothing new for us, but it really raises the priority of those. And that's what we're focusing in on right now. And I'll talk a little bit more, like I said, why we are focusing in on those. And everything that we do at Mapping Your Future focuses in on that mission. And since day one, we've had a set of core values at Mapping Your Future, and those have served us well. They've really guided the staff and the volunteers and everyone that we work with. Every collaboration, every project, we look at these core values and say, does it fit with those core values and help us fulfill our mission at Mapping Your Future? And so we are a nonprofit organization. Of course, there's a lot that goes along with being a nonprofit organization, but first that we are serving. So everything that we do, we want to make sure that we're serving students and families, that we're serving schools, colleges, and universities. It's very important to us to provide accurate and up-to-date information that everyone can come to Mapping Your Future and see us as a credible resource of information. A lot of times what we're doing is taking very complicated regulations and breaking it down, particularly for students and families. It's information that can sometimes kind of be confusing. And so we want to make sure that everything is very understandable and in a step-by-step format for them. We are a neutral and non-proprietary source of information and services. And what do I mean by that? Well, we do not promote any one product or any one service. We try to provide neutral information on our website. We don't advocate for any one company or organization or anything. And that actually has served us well through the years, because if you may recall, back in 2008 and 2010, the financial aid industry was under investigation. Mapping Your Future was also questioned about what we were doing because we were giving away services for free, and how were we doing that and why? Well, of course, we were sponsored by states. Texas, of course, was a sponsor of Mapping Your Future through Texas Guaranteed. And so that's how we were providing those services for free, but we were not giving any one state an advantage. That was really something important to our CEO at the time, Milton Wright. Some of you may remember Milton, and he was a great CEO and a great leader for Texas Guaranteed, and really deserves a lot of the credit for Mapping Your Future, I think. But that neutral and non-proprietary core value served us well during those investigations. Mapping Your Future was found not to have any problems. Schools were okay to use our services because we weren't trying to coerce anyone into using any one product or service. And in fact, when they redid the final rules on entrance and exit counseling, Mapping Your Future was specifically mentioned in the final rules as an organization, an example of an organization that could be used because we were neutral and non-proprietary. Those are not the exact words they used in the final rules, but that was the message. And so that was something that was very important to us. We also have no requirements today for anyone using our website or coming to us for help. We don't get a sponsorship by every state in the nation, but anyone who comes to Mapping Your Future around the world can get help from us. We'll answer questions about the FAFSA, about scholarships, about admissions. We don't ask the student anything about their background at all. We're here to help them. So how do we get our funding with all of that going on and that we're a neutral and non-proprietary resource? Well, we receive grants for our programs that we do at Mapping Your Future. And we also do social enterprise projects. By social enterprise, those are projects that we usually provide for other nonprofits and other organizations. A lot of nonprofits are actually using our services where we do communication services for them, even developing some curriculum for other organizations as well. So how did we get to this point today? So we debuted in 1996, and at that time, there were a lot of things going on that really made it advantageous for Mapping Your Future to be created. First of all, this makes me sound really old, but that was when the internet really became a thing. And so a lot of schools at that time were asking Texas Guaranteed and other guarantee agencies across the country, can you provide us with some kind of services online so students don't have to come to our office and stand in line? And so that's really kind of what we wanted to do. At the same time, Congress was telling the state guarantee agencies and nonprofits, you guys need to work together and collaborate and provide joint services wherever you can to save money and be more efficient. So our CEO, Milt, came back and said, we need to be thinking about this. What kinds of things can we do to collaborate? Well, the internet, of course, is a natural for collaboration. And so that was going to be one of our projects as well. In addition, there were other things going on at the time that made it advantageous for us to have this project start in Texas. Of course, Texas is a natural for technology, and we had already done some of this at Texas Guaranteed. Texas Guaranteed was probably the only guarantee agency in the country at that time that had a website. We also had started prior to that, back in '94, and again, dating myself, we had a gopher. We created a gopher. And if you know what a gopher is, it's basically the precursor to the internet where somebody could dial in and get information, could dial in with their computer and get information. Many libraries probably had gophers at the time. They could get information. It was a system of files. So really the precursor to the internet. So we already had done a lot of work in this area. So it was a natural that Texas Guaranteed would serve as the incubator for Mapping Your Future. We had about 5 other states that were working with us on this project. After that first year, we went out showed all the other states what we were doing. And we got every other state, everyone that had a guarantee agency or a nonprofit administering federal financial aid to join in and be a part of Mapping Your Future. And that's really the way that we operated for several years. Now, there's been a lot of things that have happened through the years, a lot of ups and downs, but we became incorporated in 2002 after it became clear that Mapping Your Future really needed to stand on its own and be an independent nonprofit. That really helped also with that neutral and non-proprietary stance. Now, Texas Guaranteed still served as an incubator site for us for a few more years, but we became incorporated in 2002, and we are incorporated in South Dakota. So why in South Dakota? Even though Texas was our incubator site, there were a few reasons for that. One of those was that we did want to spread our footprint, that we were a national organization, and so we wanted to be represented in other states as well. But also, we had a board chair that was in South Dakota, and then also South Dakota is very favorable, and it makes it a lot easier for us to operate with our incorporation in South Dakota. It's really efficient for us to do that, and it's a lot more cost effective as well. And in some ways, South Dakota is a lot like Texas. So we were not just providing information on the web, we were also providing services. So we've talked to schools and they said, you know, one of the big administrative burdens we have is providing entrance and exit counseling for student loan borrowers. So that was actually our first development, that we provided an interactive entrance and exit counseling on Mapping Your Future. We were the first organization to do that. And I remember back in 1997, when we had developed entrance and exit counseling, it wasn't approved yet for you to provide exit counseling in what they called then an electronic format. So I was at the NASFA conference in Chicago, and Jeff Baker, if anybody remembers Jeff Baker, a loved federal student aid official, and he was there and then gave us the approval, said that exit counseling that we were providing, he took a look at it and said it fit all the requirements. And so then we began offering exit counseling online. That program grew to where we had well over 4,000 schools around the country and around the world, because there were some schools in other countries required to do U.S. entrance and exit counseling. And so we had schools around the world using our online counseling for a number of years. And we also added another service. When verification came about, we had schools ask us, is there a way that you could help us with verification? Well, we did not want to do the verification because we didn't feel like that was our area of expertise, but we could facilitate it. And so we provided a service called Mapping Express that allowed students to conveniently upload their documents, and schools could then go in and download those documents. It was all done via a secure process. And then in the pandemic, that really exploded. That became a very popular service during the pandemic. So we provided it up until about a year or so ago. And then we've ended online counseling, and we've also ended Mapping Express. That was a very tough decision for us. But the reason for that was that it was getting very complicated to provide online services like that and provide all of the security. It was beginning to cost us more than the support that we were receiving for the program. And so we had to make the tough decision that we had to eliminate those services and go back and focus on what our core values were and our core services. And so that's why we decided to go ahead and let go of those two services and offer and redo our strategic plan. So that kind of brings you up to today and what we've been doing. And fortunately, By ending those services, we've been able to focus more on the other core functions that we're doing, and I'll show you some examples of some of the things that we've been doing at Mapping Your Future. Through the years, we've been recognized with a number of awards. We've been recognized in publications as a provider of valuable information and services. And then we've also been used as a resource for media outlets around the country. And again, all of this has happened as we've remained focused on our mission. Our mission has not changed since we began our organization in 1996. So now I'm going to do a demo of the different projects that we have going on at Mapping Your Future. I'm going to try, we'll see if this will work or not. I'm going to try to do some of this live. So I've got my browser open and we're going to try to see if that will show on the screen okay. Sure. Sure.
Thank you so much, sorry.
See. Yes. There we go. So this is the Mapping Your Future website, but let's see, I may have to stop sharing and reshare. Let me see if I have to do that. Try that again. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So this is the new Mapping Your Future website. We debuted this website mid last year, so it's almost a year old now. We redesigned it after we dropped the online counseling and the Mapping Express services because we really wanted to focus on those three areas of college access, communication services, and education and training. So just talking about those services that we offer at Mapping Your Future, the college access services we do, and I'll show an example of this, is we work with other organizations, and in particularly, we work with South Dakota to provide college access throughout the entire state. South Dakota, that's our biggest project. But we also, if a student were to come to this website, they could see that we have information directly for them as well. A lot of our information people get to through Google searches or links, and we, depending on the information, we rank pretty highly on Google search because we've been out there for so long. That helps our ranking. So I'll show an example of the college access services we provide. Our communication services, we, as I mentioned, work with other nonprofits. I'm going to show an example of that here with a slide that we do have later on in the presentation. Mapping Your Future offers a lot of education and training. Not only is that part of some of the other services that we provide, but we do free webinars and free training throughout the year. So we have a YouTube channel. Let me see if that'll show up here if I switch to that screen. Yeah, there we go. So we have a YouTube channel where we post a lot of our videos. So for example, most recently, we've done a video on helping students create a studentaid.gov account. We've also done a step-by-step on the 25-26 FAFSA. That one's done pretty well on views. And then we have others out there, and we have some specific to different organizations that we're providing services for, like South Dakota. There's also other webinars we do for professionals, like tax webinars. We do other kinds of college access webinars, and we usually post these out there unless there's some reason we don't want to post those out there. A lot of webinars we do are small in nature. Sorry, I didn't know if anyone had a question. So a lot of webinars we do are small in nature, and so if we're interacting with somebody, either a small group, we usually don't post those out here for privacy reasons. All of these are just basically only us as presenters, so that we're not sharing any personal information. So that's one of the services that we provide. I did want to talk a little bit about some of the resources on Mapping Your Future because that's getting a lot of hits. Probably our most popular resources are our calculators, and that's, I think, because we've had those out here for a number of years, and number of colleges and universities, schools link to these resources. Anyone can link to them and use them. The calculators in particular, the budget calculator, I know schools have told me that they're using them during their entrance and exit counseling in-person sessions and helping students develop a budget either in school or out of school after they graduate. Most recently, the income-based repayment calculator has gotten a lot of hits. I think that's because of all of the things going on with regard to student loans right now. We also have a student debt salary wizard that has been very popular. And this debt salary wizard allows a student to kind of predict what would be a reasonable amount of debt to take on based on what their projected salary is. They can also, if they know their salary, and maybe they're going to go back to school or go to school at the same time they're working, what would be a reasonable amount of debt that they could repay based on a certain salary. So they can input that information here, use the sliders, and this was used by a lot of schools for default prevention presentations. So some of the other resources that we offer here, I just want to mention our newsroom, and I would encourage anyone to go out to our newsroom and subscribe to our newsletters. We currently do 4 newsletters. We do a tip of the week, which is sometimes about financial aid, sometimes just about something that's going on in the world at the time, or sometimes just something fun. We also do higher ed news, where we provide a lot of articles about different things that are going on in the higher education, particularly focusing on financial aid. So we take announcements, things that we know that are happening, and we usually try to make those in a reader-friendly format. We also share articles in that publication that are for students, that schools, colleges, and universities can then share with their students. We don't care. You can share those articles. Our mission is to get this information out there. We do like to have a mention of Mapping Your Future and a link to our website. If nothing else, it helps students and families know where that information came from and where to go if they have any questions. In addition to that, we have a newsletter called the Early Awareness e-News, and that newsletter goes out once a month. It goes out to high school counselors. We have a lot of very basic and step-by-step articles for students and parents. So for example, one of the big issues that we've had with the FAFSA in recent years, the last 2 years specifically, is the parent not getting the invite. We have an article out there, and it is actually one of the hottest articles on all of our websites about, what happens if you don't get the invite and what do you do? So we try to do those kinds of articles. We try to stay on the pulse of what's the issues that people are facing. And so that is the kind of articles you'll see in the Early Awareness e-News. We may run some of those in the higher ed news, depending on if we feel it's appropriate. Our final newsletter is for South Dakota, and anyone is welcome to subscribe to that if you like to. We do put South Dakota specific news in it, so it may or may not be of interest to you, but it is a newsletter that we publish also twice a month at Mapping Your Future. So I would encourage you to visit that newsroom, look at the articles, and give us some feedback. We'd love to hear what you like and what you don't like. Then we have a number of other resources at Mapping Your Future that I just want to mention briefly, is some guides that you can refer students to and some tools, but in particular, this Success in College Guide has been a popular handout, and we actually have it so you can get it available as a PDF if you want to. So that's kind of a high-level overview of Mapping Your Future right now. I think we'll continue to change this. This is kind of new for us to change in the last year, but this is our website for today. But check with me next year. We'll see what other things we've been doing. So I do want to show you another project that we're working on. We work with the state of Virginia, and we provide a service to meet a state mandate in Virginia. This project came about because they had a state mandate that anyone considering a private loan at any school, college, or university in Virginia must go through private loan counseling. And because of that, and this was because they wanted to address the default rate in Virginia. It was getting out of control. So they know that, private loans are an issue for many students beyond the federal student loans. And so we developed this private loan counseling session for Virginia. But we didn't stop at the private loan counseling session. They knew, and we knew, that it could be much more than that. So we provide a platform for them at virginiastudentloanhelp.org that provides information and services for high school students, for college students, and for borrowers. So those that have graduated and are in repayment. So if you were to go to that website, you would see a splash page. I'm already signed in. So I'm signed in as a student, so you're not going to see that splash page right now. But you can choose which audience you are before you go in to this website. For high school students, there were requirements as well in the state. And so we thought we could help meet those requirements through this platform. And one of those requirements is that every high school student in Virginia goes through an economics and personal finance course. So we provide this course online. Now, schools can use that course if they want to. We studied the law and wrote curriculum that matches against all of the requirements in that legislation. So that we offer that. I would guess, though, that most of the schools are using it as a supplement, that they're incorporating it into their economics course there at the high school. And this is serving as another way to deliver that information to the students in the courses. So the way this program works, and I do want to say that we developed it to be interactive, to engage the students. We know that engagement is partly student driven, but we're going to try to do as much as we can to engage students in this information. The provider of this service, which is SCHEV, the State Council of Higher Education for Virginia, can assign courses if they wanted to anybody that's logged in that creates an account, but we don't require anyone to create an account to use this website. We didn't want to make that an obligation because we knew that that might turn away some students. They didn't want to create an account in order to take advantage of the information. So they could actually complete a course, get a certificate without ever logging in. Of course, we want them to log in because there's some advantages to that. And I'll kind of show you some of those advantages as we go through this website. But before we get into some of the tools, I did just want to briefly show you some of the courses. And we've created a lot of modules. And some of the modules have what we call short links. So a school or a college can provide a link to that on their website. And a student doesn't necessarily have to come to virginiastudentloanhelp.org and try to remember that website address. The school provides a short link to them on their website. So these are just examples of some of the courses that we have on here, but I'll go ahead and get into the applying for financial aid course. Many of the, and it logged me out. So let's go ahead and just look at it as if we were signing in for the first time. So as you saw on the splash page, I chose high school students. I do have the option to look at the information in Spanish if I want to. I'm not going to create an account, so we're going to go back to the homepage. This is the economics and personal finance course I mentioned to you. Throughout the course, we have content, videos, and calculators and other tools to be interactive for the student. I'm going to show you a little bit of this course. We're not going to go through the entire course, but because as you can see, it is quite long. That's one of the reasons why we encourage students to create an account, because they can save the course and then come back, resume where they left off, as long as they have an account. So we talk, give them an introduction to what to expect in the course. We do have a learning coach in some of the modules, and that learning coach basically measures how they're doing in the course, not from the questions and answers, but really it measures how engaged they are. So it looks at, you know, do they look at the videos? Do they spend some time on the page, or are they just clicking through very quickly? So this is really something for the student themselves, kind of measure how well they're doing, how engaged they are. Not all the courses have it on there, but some of them do. So first step in applying for financial aid, you know, knowing what you want to do, what kind of career field you're going to go into, because that certainly can impact the amount of student loans that you want to take out. We talk about choosing a career. I'm trying to think if that is part of the legislation. I don't have the legislation in front of me, and I can't remember if we just decided that that was important information to provide. So we provide some of this. This is a lot of text on this one, but as you can see, that's not the case for all of those. I just admitted somebody into the room, so I hope that's okay. One of the things that we have on here is a notebook. So if students see something on here that they want to remember, they can copy it, paste it into that notebook, and then when they log back into their account, it will appear on their homepage, and they can keep that piece of information kind of as a reminder to them. So it allows them to save things electronically. So one of the tools that we have, and you'll also see this on our South Dakota site, is a career tool. It uses information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and I actually want to go back and see if I can go back to that. I wanted to show you that career tool. So it looks at the fastest growing, the most openings, the highest paid career fields, probably things that students are interested in. We use information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And so let's see if we can. I'm on a hotspot, so I'm not sure if my internet's going to be working really fast here. Yeah, there we go. So there you can see we're looking at the fastest growing fields and nurse practitioners there at the top. Now, if I click on that one, I'll get a video and some information about that specific job, the outlook for that specific job, and other duties and responsibilities, requirements, things like that, that can help me decide if that's indeed something that I want to go into. So I'm going to probably stop out of this, but I did want to see if I can get to some of the questions so you can see some of the, yeah. So we have questions, a test throughout the course. It measures how the student is doing throughout the entire course. They'll get a grade at the end, and they'll also get a certificate if they complete the course. So you can see that what the Bureau of Labor Statistics predicts that, and anybody want to guess an answer to that one? A, B, C, or D?
Let's just do D just to be funny.
Okay. So we don't just tell them that they're wrong. We give them the reason why and give them more information about what is the correct answer on that. So we wanted to make sure that it wasn't just them clicking on an answer without even studying it at all. So we take that approach throughout all of the courses, and you'll see that if you want to go out to virginiastudentloan.org, anyone can visit this website and take the courses and use some of the tools. And speaking of the tools, I wanted to show you some of those. So we do have a budget calculator here. This looks a little different than the one on Mapping Your Future on our main website. It has some introductory information about the importance of a spending plan. And then we have the calculator here. So I'm gonna put in a budget just real quickly and see what we can come up with. So, and then show you some things here. Let's see. See if it's gonna let me calculate this. Yeah, so I didn't put very much in, but I wanted to show you if I put in some numbers for my budget, we'll get an estimate of our projected cash flow. Talk about luxury spending there, and you know, we can revise this at any time. The great thing about having an account at this website is we'll save this information for you. Now, as all of you know, creating a budget is not the hard part.
It's tracking the budget. You know how to make a budget? I'm sorry.
Your thing is unmuted.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. All right, so we all know how to make a budget, but tracking that budget is really where the important work comes in. So let's look at a tool that we have, and this is really my favorite tool on this website, is we can go in and enter how we're doing on our spending that month, how we're doing on our income and expenses. So if I say, okay, well, I projected to have 2,000, I think it was, I'm gonna put in that I've got a little bit more income this month. So that's good. But my rent also went up, so make it 1,000 now.
My eggs, so.
No, I bought eggs. So let's see how we're doing now on the tracking our spending. So we track the spending. It gives us an evaluation of how we're doing. Here's how my March looks so far. My income is up, so that's really good. But my spending is also a little bit more as well. I haven't spent much on luxuries, so that's good. My husband will be happy about that. And then I've earned what I've earned this month so far. So of course it's still early in March, so who knows what will happen the rest of the month. So, if I have an account, I can keep track of that and see how I'm doing throughout the entire year. So this is really my favorite tool, like I said, because I think it really makes the budget meaningful. There are other tools on this website. I won't show them all to you, but one of the things that we offer is a checklist. So students can go in and make a checklist of different goals that they have. We offer some ideas for them, but they can also put their goals in here and set a deadline for themselves if they'd like to, and add any details if maybe they need to go to a certain website, and then it'll keep track of them. Here's some of the ideas that we could give to them, you know, under different categories, so they can click on that and that'll be added to their checklist. We also have a number of calculators out here. So these are, I think, a lot of great designed calculators, because, like, for example, let's look at the student loan repayment calculator. It provides some information. It's not just a calculator out there by itself, but students can get an idea. They can do different scenarios. So for example, if they know that they're needing to borrow $5,000 this year for their education, and then they can put the rate in. It's all defaulted to these, and then it gives them this amount. But say I found out I'm not going to get one of my scholarships, so I'm going to need to see if I can borrow more. And so let's say if we're going to borrow $19,000, then we see what the cost of borrowing that amount is. So, and that is based on the 4 years. So they can see that over the entire 4 years, but you can make adjustments to it here. If it's, you know, you're going to go into a 2-year program, you can change that. So I'm only going to go to a 2-year program, and maybe I only need to borrow 10,000, so 12,000. And if that is the correct interest rate and I want to repay it in 10 years, we can see what the amount of the loans, the deferred interest, and the repayment interest and the total cost of that borrowing. It provides a visual for the students to really see that cost of that student loan. There is a portfolio also on this website. Since we're not logged in, I'm not going to necessarily go to that, but it allows you to keep track of your accomplishments on the website. And there are some organizations that are using this website and asking students to keep a portfolio of certificates of courses they've completed, and then they can share that portfolio with the educator or the counselor. All right, one other website that I wanted to show you today. It's that one. Is the southdakota.mappingyourfuture.org website. As I mentioned, Mapping Your Future is providing college access services for the entire state of South Dakota. We are funded in South Dakota by the South Dakota Education Access Foundation, which is part of the South Dakota Community Foundation. We started doing this service about almost 10 years ago, and they came to us and asked us if we would provide college access services throughout the entire state because there was a need. And so we've been working in the state and have really become really a part of the state. I think one of the successes that we've had in South Dakota is the collaboration. We work closely with the South Dakota Board of Regents, South Dakota Department of Education, South Dakota Financial Aid Administrators. So we work with a number of organizations in the state and really work in a collaborative way. As a part of that project, we don't just provide financial aid nights or FAFSA support, although that's very, very important to us. That's one of our primary services. We do a lot of other things for them as well. And one of them, of course, is this website where students and parents can come in and get all kinds of information. I showed you the career tool. We also have that on this website. We also have a college tool similar to the one on College Scorecard using the same database. But the difference with this one is we default to South Dakota. Now, students can go search on any institution in the country that receives federal financial aid with this tool. But the reason we default to South Dakota, of course, because we're in South Dakota, but also because the majority of South Dakota students go to South Dakota institutions. So they can click on that and get information about the different institutions. They can filter it if they want to go look at the technical schools, technical colleges in South Dakota versus the four-year institutions. They can look at public or private, and they can look at different enrollments. Very similar to the College Scorecard. It's got all of the data that has, but again, we default to South Dakota, so it's easy for them to find that information. We have a number of other tools on here and services for students, like things that are specific to South Dakota, like priority deadlines, admissions requirements, graduation requirements, things like that, that students and parents might be interested in. The other purpose for this website, though, is to serve as a resource for high school counselors. We work closely with all of the high school counselors in South Dakota, not only providing the financial aid nights, the FAFSA completion events, but we also do financial literacy presentations. I just did a scholarship presentation on Monday for a school in South Dakota. So we do a lot of different kinds of presentations, and they're incorporating us not only in their evening programs, but during their classroom as well. So we have a hub here for the counselors in South Dakota where they can get a lot of the resources that are available to them, and we list them out here. One of the things that a lot of counselors do is come out and look at our calendar because they want to know what events we have coming up. March is kind of quiet. We have only a couple of them left in the rest of March, so you see those up there. But in the last year, we've done well over 100 events for the high schools in South Dakota, and quite a number of attendees total at all of those events. We don't ask students and parents to rate the events, but we do ask the counselors because we are performing this service on their behalf, because the way we look at it, South Dakota, and this is probably true in Texas, the communities there, the counselors are a part of the community and they live there and they know the families, and the students and the parents are going to go to the counselors first to ask for help. And so we want to serve as a resource for the counselors. So a lot of times the student and parent will be in the counselor office and the counselor will call us and say, can you help us get this FAFSA issue fixed? That's the way we look at it. We do some direct services because students and parents have our phone number. They can contact us and they can call us. And in fact, some counselors encourage them just to call us directly. But we look at this project as us serving the counselors in the state. This calendar got pretty full last fall when we were doing a lot of financial aid events. The other thing on this page is the college access news that we do for South Dakota. We list all the articles here so that it's a repository for them so they can come here, look at those articles if they need to, or copy them. I know some counselors there in this state have actually reprinted some of the articles on their website, which we're fine with. And then they've also printed them out and handed them to the students, particularly on some of those really big issues with the FAFSA in the past year. The other thing that we offer in South Dakota is printed materials for the counselors. So they can come here and order success guides, and I have copies of the success guides. You can actually view it online here. If you clicked on that icon, you can see it. The success guide is a guide that helps high school students prepare. The inside here is general information for all high school students, but if they open it up, it becomes a poster, and they have requirements for every month for the juniors and for the seniors. So we made a lot of revisions with FAFSA simplification on this publication in the last couple of years. So that has been a popular publication, and in fact, another organization in another state saw that publication and asked us to do the same for their state. So we've been doing that publication now for a few years, and it's worked out pretty well. It's probably our most popular publication. We also have bookmarks, as you can see, advising guides, and then over on the side, this is where we keep all of our downloadable materials, things that schools are asking for. We keep a list of all of the costs in South Dakota, so the schools can print that out and hand it to a student if they need to. We developed a flyer that is resources for college-bound Native American students in South Dakota. You know that there are a lot of Native American students in South Dakota. Creating a studentaid.gov account has been a big issue this year. We've been trying to get students to do that and make sure they do it well before trying to complete the FAFSA, because it has to be verified in order for the IRS retrieval, the DDX, to work. So we did a flyer for that, and that's been used by a lot of the schools. We know that creating that studentaid.gov account is a precursor to completing the FAFSA. So we want FAFSA completion to increase, we've got to get that studentaid.gov account created first. South Dakota has a number of scholarship programs, and so we've developed a flyer for that. A general flyer on scholarships and tips for being successful in your scholarship search. And then schools can also download this other flyer that we have out there to promote their event. So if we're going to their school to do an event, they can promote it and send this out via email or post it on the bulletin board in the school. So that kind of gives you an overview of some of our major projects. We have a number of other projects that we're doing at Mapping Your Future that are not as large, but let me see if I can now go back to the PowerPoint. Let's see if we can show some of the other things that we're doing. I did want to talk a little bit about the communications and curriculum that we're doing. And I think I'm going to have to stop sharing and reshare. So let me do that. There we go. So these are some of the communication services that we're providing. Again, not only through some of our college access services, but we're working one-on-one with other organizations to provide brochures, pamphlets, flyers, curriculum, and books and booklets. We've actually done some very large books. They're not printed like books, but they're kind of printed like a booklet. But they're several hundred pages long. We worked with an organization to provide a publication for student success in college. We also did curriculum for middle school counselors and educators to work with their students in thinking about the future. One for high school, it's called Realizing the College Dream. That's a publication of ECMC. Then we also work with other organizations to develop content and curriculum on their online portals. So we work with, in particular, one organization on the East Coast that has an online portal for their members, and so we develop curriculum for them as well. And with that, I wanted to give you our 800 number and our feedback email. I would love any suggestions or recommendations on things that we should be doing, or if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Or if you know someone needs help with financial aid or college admissions or scholarships, they can call us as well. Happy for you to share those numbers and that email. Any questions?
Can you put the email up again real quick? I have a question.
Sure.
Your step-by-steps that work with students and families, do you have ones that speak to an uneducated parent of maybe third grade level education that are like, you talked about simplifying, but like to that degree? Because that seems to be a real need in Texas with a lot of our mixed family status, our mixed status families. So we're creating one, but instead of, reinventing the wheel, I love to take in resources to help with that.
I'll take a look at that and see if we have anything specific, but that is an issue too for us in South Dakota. In particular, where we work with a lot of mixed status families. South Dakota is very diverse. So we have a lot of populations that do not speak English. And so we actually have interpreters at a lot of our events because of the fact that there are a lot of, the students understand English, but the parents do not. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times we're communicating with the student, through the student to the parent in some of those cases. But we also find that situation as well, where we need to start at the very beginning. And we try to approach that with every publication that we do and everything that we're talking to somebody is, if you've never been introduced to the FAFSA or financial aid, where do I start? And it's confusing for people sometimes that have been around it for a long time. Mm-hmm. The regulations get very complex, and there's always changes as well. So I'll look and see if I have some publications. I would recommend you look at this one, but also look at some of our other publications. But we do try to break it down. Our bookmark in particular says there's 2 steps to complete the FAFSA. Create your studentaid.gov account and click on complete FAFSA. So we try to break it down to something that simple. That may be in some ways oversimplifying it, but we know that those are two big hurdles for a lot of people.
Yes, first I was remiss in saying this was a great presentation, really opened my eyes to something I didn't know, which I love. What I'm talking about is even more than that. It's more like, you know, why are you asking me for my personal information? How is this going to be used? What happens to it after I've given it to you? Not in the sense of you get a Pell Grant, but what happens literally to my information? It was an interesting question because like you, we've been simplifying and simplifying, but it was a principal that was saying my community is like, oh no, you know, why do you need that? Because we've also been taught to protect that, you know, dearly because it's identity theft and other things. But explaining those fears to make them realize that it's for a good purpose. Here's what happens, that kind of thing. Do you take it to that degree?
I'll look and see. We may have written some articles about that because that does sound like something that we've been asked about as well. You know, we have to be careful about guarantees.
True.
But because we don't have control over everything, but we can tell them what we know.
Exactly.
So, and that's the
The
approach
laws
that
in
we take.
place.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions? See anything? Any hands?
And Kathy, one of the things that Kathy was telling me is, you know, I know it seems strange for someone to go to like a Virginia website, but it's open to anybody. So if there's something that she presented that would benefit your students or even, she said that there is the possibility to partner with an organization if you wanted to do it and customize, but they would have to look into that. But you can always use these because they're free. You just have to explain to your students. But I mean, even the budgeting tools are so cool. I'm like, I'm going to use that for myself, you know, because it's very easy to use compared to you have to download an app and you have to create an account and all these things. And so it's a really nice way to show people where to find these things and know that it's a trusted organization versus, you know, just something on Google. So.
Excellent.
Well, thank you again, Kathy, for that great presentation.
Thank you.
Great information. Okay, we're gonna move back up to external relations with John. John White.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. Well, good morning. John Wyatt, Senior Director for Government Relations here at the Coordinating Board. I apologize for not being present earlier. The House Appropriations Committee was having a meeting on our budget, so I figured I should probably drop by that one. But I do have some updates to provide on where we stand in terms of the legislative session. As you know, we're 2 months in now, so we're in a position where committees have been assigned. We know who our chairs are. We know who our subcommittee chairs are. We've had those initial hearings for the committees to hear from our commissioner, to hear from our university presidents and chancellors, to get that kind of initial grounding laid. And now we're at the point where they're really kind of rolling up their sleeves and getting to work on kind of the funding and policy decisions that they're going to be making during this session. In terms of kind of coordinating board and specific to financial aid, as I'm sure you're all very well aware, our loan exceptional item request for the session is to fund student financial aid programs. We have requested an additional about $364 million to fund financial aid. That's across several different buckets. We have, as part of that recommendation, serving 70% of eligible students across the Texas Grant, TEOG, and TEG programs. We also have a proposal to guarantee Texas Grant and TEOG funding to top 25% students, to allow students who transfer from community college to universities to be able to access Texas Grant to make sure there's funding there for that. as well as additional funding for the Texas Armed Services Scholarship Program to increase the maximum award amount, additional funding for the Texas Leadership Research Scholars Program, as well as funding so that TEOG can make awards to baccalaureate students at community colleges. So all these components kind of roll up into that $364 million request that we have submitted to the legislature. So I was actually, as I mentioned, I was in a House Appropriations, it's called a work group meeting this morning, where the members look at those outstanding items and what they want to do. And so on that exceptional item request, what they did was they left it pending, which is pretty typical. They want to look at everything else that's being requested to say, how much money do we really have to spend and where do we want to focus it? But it seemed like the item was well received. And, you know, we're very hopeful that we're going to be able to secure that funding to invest in our financial aid programs. There have also been many bills introduced impacting financial aid directly or indirectly. You may be aware of SB 43 by Senator Zaffirini to establish a Texas Promise Grant program at both 2-year and 4-year institutions. There's also a House bill, HB 2652 by Rep. Bojani, and that would also establish a Promise Grant program, but just for the 2-year institutions. Senator Zaffirini also has refiled her SB 44 to reestablish the Texas Beyond Time program. And then there's been some other bills. There was a bill introduced by Senator Menendez, SB 186, to create a Texas Students with Disabilities Scholarship Program. So that would create a new program for students who are disabled. There's been legislation by Senator Hughes and Representative Frank regarding the FAST program, specifically to extend eligibility to students in private schools, including homeschools. And then there have also been many bills introduced that would repeal the statutory pathway to residency that allows a student who graduated from a Texas high school and attended that high school for the 36 months prior to graduation and enroll within 1 year to be considered Texas residents. And it is a pathway that is utilized by some undocumented students to be able to access our state financial aid programs. So there have been, there's at least 10 bills that would either repeal that pathway or otherwise be very clear that individuals who are not lawfully in this country are not able to access our state financial aid programs. So that's what's been introduced as of right now. We do have a deadline coming up next week. Friday of next week is the filing deadline. So that is the last day that a member of the legislature may introduce a bill that they want to be considered during the current session. So I do expect that we're going to get some additional legislation coming down the pike between now and next Friday. We'll happy to keep you advised on anything that's relevant. After that, we can expect hearings to really pick up over the next few weeks as members are having their bills heard in committee. We will be down there. I'm sure we'll be asked to provide testimony as a resource on some of these bills, provide information for the authors to consider. And then we'll, March, April, and May are it. At the end of May, this thing's over, and the legislature adjourns from their regular session. So busy couple of months ahead of us, and again, we're still, we're pushing for our exceptional item request, making sure that the legislature has the information they need to make informed decisions around financial aid. And I'd be happy to answer any questions y'all have.
Anyone have any questions? John?
Hey, John, it's Millette, from UT Southwestern. Um, I'm getting a ton of questions about the residency, bills changes. And the question I get, get a bill, like, would you comment on this proposal, da, da, da. And then I get another one the next day that's almost identical. And so I'm like, still, these are the things that would, is there any feeling, I mean, just frankly, the fact that there are so many, we've seen this before, but I don't remember it being this intense. Is there a feeling, obviously your business is not to predict the future, that, it's a relatively done deal? I mean, between all of the proposals that, have been put out, that there is an excellent chance. I have been telling people that my gut tells me there's an excellent chance some version of this change to the residency pathways will pass. Is that what you hear? Is that, kind of the prevailing thought?
I wish I could give you a straight answer on that, but I'm not in that kind of business.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I've been doing this for 15 years now. I've never seen this many bills regarding this issue having been introduced. They that is indicative that there's a lot of interest in this, but I will also say that it's hard to get a bill through the legislative process. So there are many things that can happen as a bill works its way through the system. So it's really going to depend on kind of where committee chairs land on this, where the leadership in the House and Senate lands on this. So I don't know, but certainly this is a topic that is of very high interest to many members of the legislature.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Well, thank you, John.
Appreciate y'all. Have a great day.
Thanks, John. Do we want to all take a break for maybe 10 minutes?
10-minute break.
And then we'll come back and then we're going to be taking a lunch today. So we'll be trying to get out of here at noon. So maybe a 10-minute break. Unless y'all want to push through. I know the folks on the phone are on the.
Anyone? Push through.
Okay. We can push through.
Okay. The next agenda item is financial aid operations subcommittee update.
So our subcommittee met yesterday at 9:30 a.m. The majority of the topics that we discussed either have or are going to be presented on today, so I'm going to keep my comments really brief. The first thing we discussed were CB project updates, and Laura provided updates on the current and next year's online TASPA. Deshay provided CB operational updates for us. We discussed allocation. Okay, sorry, my voice is naturally soft, so I'm going to try to shout. Or at least to me, it feels like shouting. So let's see, Deshay provided CB operational updates. We discussed allocations, the intent to participate, interagency agreements, program participation agreements. Most notably, our PPAs are set to expire at the end of August. So within the next few weeks, we should be receiving updates. Those go directly to your directors of financial aid. Next, we discussed policy updates. Leah provided a recap of the October 24 and January 25 board meetings rules. And she provided a link to the April 25 rules that are currently out for comment. Deshay and Leah provided updates on the Office of Financial Aid programs. Going over, let's see, agency updates, a list of all those bills that were just referenced, personnel changes, recently released memos, which are also published on the website, and then future trainings. Let's see. And then at the end of our meeting, we always discuss, we have a moment for topics that we want to talk about in our next agenda items, and then also questions, comments. We discussed the FADs, and some kind of more technical tweaks that we might need to make to our reporting. And then we had a suggestion to add a point of contact for our online TASPA to the user access form. And we confirmed our next subcommittee meeting will be May 29th of this year.
Thank you, Beth. Anyone have any questions for Beth? Yeah.
Weird question that you might not know, but based on what John just talked about, the 36 months and 12 months possibly going away for residency, how can that affect TASFA? Is that even a?
So I want to be careful too. So for TASPA, that is for state aid.
No,
So,
I understand
yeah,
that.
so for residents of Texas.
So not. Okay.
So it depends on, so for financial aid offices, this is something we've asked before, is does financial aid get into residency review? We do not. So our registrar's office determined residency, and then we take that to administer aid, whether students applied via the FAFSA or the TASFA. I don't know if the coordinating board wants to chime in on that, but that would be my understanding, is that for us, we would just need the residency determination that's made by our registrar's offices.
I mean, I don't have much other, I mean, that's accurate. So financial aid offices don't typically determine residency, but if you're asking, would that affect that, then I would assume that, you know, if someone can't apply, but I don't have an answer for that since we don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, no, it's a good question.
Yeah,
It's a good question.
no, absolutely.
But it would be, in other words, they would be tied together.
I would just add, this is Millette, I would just add, that is not true at private schools. So at state schools, the registrar is tasked with, you know, assigning residency. At private schools, that does happen in the financial aid office. So it will have an impact certainly on, you know, who we send that up, you know, who a private school would send to the TASFA. And so it's just to kind of clarify that.
I did not realize that.
Yes.
State I came from financial aid did residency, and then I moved here. At a public school.
Mhm.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Ben.
Thank you, everyone.
Our next agenda item, Texas Association for State Financial Aid Administrators, update from D. Ingram.
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, I don't know. I am in California, so it's still morning here. So I don't have a ton of updates, but I will share with you, of course, at TASFA, we are preparing for our normal regular year. Of course, as a volunteer association, we are always looking for additional institutional members to sign up and volunteer and support the association. We are really focused in delivering regional trainings at this time. We have already put on 2 regional trainings in February in Dallas-Fort Worth, Frisco campus of Collin College, as well as in San Antonio at St. Mary's. Our next regional training is in Houston at United Way on March 19th. These regional trainings are offered free at no charge to our members. So it is being very well received, and they also have the opportunity to earn a credential. So we're having a lot of success in those regional trainings, and plan to keep those going strong throughout the next 4 or 5 trainings we have left. Next focus we have is our new aid officer basic workshop, which we always hold in April. And that is at Great Wolf Lodge in Grapevine, Texas. It will allow newly signed on financial aid administrators to get a 2.5-day training where they will learn the basics of financial aid. And we have our training committee working hard at doing that. Lastly, we do offer our annual conference. This year it will be in San Antonio, October 9th through the 8th through the 10th, I believe. And it will, of course, host our wonderful friends at the coordinating board, the Department of Ed and NASFA. We are excited to Hopefully be able to announce a awesome keynote speaker shortly that everyone will be familiar with, that will be excited to see again. And that will be in San Antonio on the Riverwalk at the Marriott. We are located right on the Riverwalk, so it's going to be a very exciting conference for our sessions. We did attend the NASFA's legislative leadership. Our president-elect, as well as our Trailblazer winner, attended the legislative sessions, visit the Hill. So getting really up to date and trying to stay as current as possible with the new legislative initiatives that are coming down, being that there are so many that people have already mentioned, and the concern that we're hearing across membership about how that affects their normal way of business. So always grateful to this group and Mr. White for providing his information so we can share back to the membership and make those connections. Anything TASFA can do to support those efforts, we are here to do as well. But that is really all of the updates we have at this time.
Thank you, Dee. Anyone have any questions for Dee? Okay. Thank you. Okay, we are at the agenda item, TASFA Subcommittee. Heather.
Hello.
Hello.
Talk loud.
All right, so the TASFA subcommittee has been working on identifying enhancements to the TASFA application for the 26-27 application cycle. So we had a survey that we sent out to the subcommittee members and got responses, and were able to identify 4 enhancements that will be focused on for the 26-27 application cycle. The first one is having a bilingual online TASFA that can toggle between English and Spanish. So right now the application is only available in English, but this will be one of the main goals for the 26-27 TASFA. Aligning the dependency section closer to the FAFSA. This was a pretty broad suggestion, and there were a lot of different areas within kind of aligning the TASFA with the FAFSA, but the one that we can focus on for 26-27 is the dependency section, specifically separating the homeless youth questions. So on the FAFSA, there are, I think, 3 homeless youth determination questions, and on the TASFA, there is 1. And so aligning that so that they match up with each other, and then removing the graduate student question from the TASFA, so that it can better align with the FAFSA. The third one is improving user experience for calendar dates features within the application. So if any of your students, or if you have worked with this application, the calendar date is a little finicky sometimes. And so working on enhancing that so that it's easier to use for our students and their parents. And then the fourth one is adding the application ID to the end of the files that the schools get, to be better able to match up the application with the student on the cumulative files that schools get. So there have been, like I said, there's a lot of other suggestions that have been received either through the subcommittee or through just general feedback that has been received online. But these are the 4 that are within the scope of feasibility for the 26-27 year. If you are interested in providing feedback, we do have, the survey is open until the 14th, and I believe Laura was gonna add it to the online agenda to make available to everybody, but we can send it out. And then we are also, if anybody is interested in being part of the TASFA subcommittee, please reach out to me. We are still accepting members. So that we can continue to have a diverse group of people from different stakeholders across the state, so that we get everybody's voices heard in TASFA feedback. Any questions?
Oh, and Laura just put the survey link in the chat and then we can send it out. So if you're here in person, you'll get it, but there's a tight timeline to get that feedback.
Yes, we want the feedback by March 14th.
Yep.
Heather, what does the representation currently look like on that TASFA committee?
So we have Debbie's part of it, so we have, Education is Freedom. We have 4-year, public, we have, community college, we have high school representatives. We're pretty diverse as it is, but we would always invite more voices.
I'd second that. And thank you here, Heather. This is Laura, just mentioning we're looking for more folks, more anybody interested, just to give more input here so that we can have a good service. But thank you here. Yeah.
People that aren't afraid to tell us how they feel.
Yeah. Sounds good.
And in the past, the TASFA committee also served as testers, which is good
Yes.
because we can have people with an outside view to tell us if things are not working correctly from a student or family perspective. That's kind of a rare thing to be able to partner with external folks to do testing, which we've been successful at. So
I might be interested. And we have a
Excellent.
lot of TASFA students, so.
Absolutely.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, we're at the agenda item, high school district update. Erica?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. I was about to say good afternoon. I don't know if I'm coming or going anywhere. I'm not sure if any of my other high school counterparts are part of the meeting as well today.
yes, Sandra's here.
Sandra's here.
Hello.
Well, I will let my counterpart, Miss Sandra, go first and share her thoughts, and then I can go ahead and pitch in.
Okay, I will talk loud. That shouldn't be hard. I think as a district for us, we're sitting pretty good, across our 4 comprehensive high schools. Anywhere but between 50% completion to 70 to 75% completion as of yesterday when I talked to my colleagues. We've been hosting a lot of FAFSA events. For us at our school, because of the type of community that we serve, we host FAFSA days. So it's just come as you're able on that particular day, which seems to be very effective for us. For us, I think the challenge of families creating the FSA IDs prior to coming to see us seems to be the biggest challenge still. So I'm still looking for best practices on that. I will say I've had a lot of families come in this year where they have older children who apparently created an FSA ID for the parent and the parent had no idea. And so that's been really fun to navigate. Very grateful for the recovery with a photo ID option that currently exists, which is really awesome. Where I wonder if we're creating an issue or not creating an issue is for families who are undocumented and the parents don't have the option to recover with an ID at this time. If something could be done for that, I don't know what anybody else might be doing to help those families, because perhaps those parents also have an ID out there. So that's been a thing. One of my colleagues asked, she hasn't had it come up yet, but if there's with our undocumented families that we serve, if there's a family that doesn't have their 1040 forms and they're using the actual tax transcript to fill out the FAFSA, currently on the FAFSA, it tells you exactly where to look, right? If you're using that 1040 form, but if you're using a tax transcript and you're not familiar with taxes, where do you look for that information?
I heard there was a conversion online for that it tells you how to find the answers on that tax transcript, because I know what that looks like.
Okay.
And apparently there's a guide for it, but I haven't had that in a while.
Years ago.
We would love to know if there is something out there like that. In the event that does come up, we haven't had it come up yet, but she had something happen where she thought she might have to do that. So just really looking for something for that. Our community college, Emerald College, has been fantastic about hosting events, even through our regional center that we have. And so just grateful for the partnerships that we have within our community that are helping us really push that FAFSA completion. So that's where we're at currently.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and also share my experience so far, and it mirrors almost identical to what Ms. Moore was discussing as far as FAFSA completion numbers. We're doing really well, both as an individual campus and as a district. As far as I think we're all into the mid 60s, if not high 60 percentile. So it's a significant increase from what we were seeing last year. Again, the same struggles when it comes to undocumented families across the board, but also exact same struggle when it comes to an older sibling created a login, and it seems that login has just been lost to the bowels of time. And what we've started to implement a best practice to kind of make things easier is we tell students, if you're taking the lead with creating an FSA ID account for your parent, then I recommend that you make the password identical to yours. So even if the younger sibling eventually has to get a hold of the older sibling to say, do you remember mom's password? Do you remember dad's password? We need it. Like, oh, no, I don't. But you know what? Ms. Ramos told you to make it identical to yours. So what's your password? And just things like that that kind of make things smoother going forward. We kind of make it a part of our questionnaire when we first have kids come in. You know, you're going to need a parent login. Let me already ask you, are you the eldest, the middle, or the youngest? Because as soon as they tell me I'm the youngest, I cringe. I'm like, oh, someone somewhere has a login. I'm going to let you handle figuring out who has it. And I also, we printed up business card size login cards. And so immediately when a student creates a login, we have them write it down. And then we give them an extra login card, like here, this is going to be for the parent. If you are taking the lead with creating that, or you're going to go home, which we recommend that they do, and you're going to do that with parent. Have the parent or you write down the login for your parent, put it in the tax envelope. People do not throw away their taxes. You just don't do it. So when in doubt, just put those login cards right back into that envelope. And that way you can kind of go back years, just go through your envelopes and see which one of those for your taxes has the logins, and just keep them safe there. As far as the tax transcript, we've noticed the same thing where parents have also not been able to get a copy of their 1040, but they're working off of a tax transcript. I'm going to be honest. We just went through the text transcript and we just kind of tried to pair up, like, what is this called? And then look line by line on the, like a sample 1040 and like, okay, what is this? And then text transcript. And it's not the easiest thing, but thankfully the way that the text transcript is organized, it tells you like income information on one section and then, you know, taxes on another. And it can get a bit convoluted when the parents are business owners. Yes, I don't envy that. But honestly, we've literally just kind of had to go line by line to kind of try to pair up what exactly the question was on FAFSA wanting, and then trying to make sure that it matches on tax transcript. But just best practices when it comes to the logins. And also it's open season on counselors. Come at me. What are your come whenever you're ready. Trying to funnel them into drives, I avoid if I can, because that's where errors tend to happen, and there always seems to be someone that either, you know, gets ahead, or in massive droves like that. I dislike it. High volume. And the way I try to pose it to families is to say, when you go to the bank and you're dealing with a banker for any reason, you don't have 10 families talking to the same banker at the same time. You don't handle business in groups like that. And you have socials, you have really personal information, immigration questions. So we've noticed, at least on our end, especially with the community that we serve, that we try to do it more on a one-to-one basis. Come in as you can, and if you just bring me the data that I need, then hopefully we don't need to interrupt parents while they're working, and we can just move forward. And we have like a little questionnaire type form, and we make it very simplified. Just give me what we're needing, and we should be able to do this painlessly. But much better turnaround when it comes to working with students across the board, especially the undocumented families. I have hope. My tears are dry compared to last year. Not crying as much. So if anyone has any questions for me or for Ms. Moore, by all means, we welcome those.
I just have a best practice that goes along with those issues with students. They are awful. What I have my students do and what I'm having my advisors have my students do is to email themselves the FSA ID information if they make the account form, because they lose and break these, but email is always reachable. And you know, they have to remember their password and they're not great with that part, but it's always available. Whereas a phone, pictures or identity, you know, risks, an email is a safe way to do that. And then it can tap back into it. They just have to remember what they, you know, have it in a way that they can pull it back up.
Thank you. I really, really do like that one.
Anyone else? Next agenda item, Office of Student Financial Aid Programs, Leah.
All right, so can y'all hear me? I'm trying to talk loud. And it's not the best quality, so I apologize, but so
We
Beth
hear
kind
you.
of gave an overview of a bunch of things that they discussed yesterday as a committee, but I'm gonna give you a little bit more of the meat, and that way if you have questions, then hopefully I can answer them. I also believe Deshay is on, and that way if there's something operational or something that she's involved in, she can chime in if y'all have questions. But as far as some operational updates, the nursing student scholarship final allocations have still not gone out. And so we've had a few questions, but those are almost finalized. We're hoping to have those out in the next 2 weeks. So if you do participate in nursing student scholarships, we did not forget. They just take time because of the data component. And so we should have those out soon. And that's the last program that needs to be finalized. All the other final allocations already went out. Let's see. So for the upcoming allocations for the FY26 and then some of the programs that we release both FY26 and FY27 at the same time, those are getting ramped up, which means that we are going to be doing the intent to participate process where schools have to opt in to certain programs. Those programs are Texas College Work Study, Mentorship, Educational Aid, Transfer Grant, and Nursing Student Scholarship. Once we do that process, then we will send out the 10-day data reviews to y'all to review the totals that you would be getting for the allocations. And because it's a legislative year, those tend to be a little bit later than the non-legislative years. So that should be done within the summer. Early summer is what I recall, around June. Let's see, and we will notify you of those through our notification system. Let's see. And then there's the program participation agreements. Those are also going to be coming up. We will notify institutions of the process on how to complete your participation agreement, but those do have to be in place for you to receive your funding. The FAST program is another piece we're going to be sending out information on. If you're an institution that didn't participate in FAST and you want to, or vice versa, you did last year and you choose not to, that process is coming up as well. We have seen a big increase in participation as the program gets more and more how do I say, adjusted. When it first rolled out, it was very quick. It was after the last session, but now it's been in place for 2 years, we're starting to see that. So if you're an institution that wants to participate in financial aid, that is the program that allows educationally disadvantaged students to take dual credit at no cost. Some policy updates. Like Beth mentioned yesterday, I kind of went through those just to give a recap. So back in October, the two primary things that happened were that we moved the 100-mile non-resident alternate tuition was moved from chapter 21 to a new chapter, which is chapter 13G. But not only did we move the rule, it got overhauled. So the program itself has changed based on negotiated rulemaking we did. There's a new intake process and some new resources on our website. So if you're an institution that participates in the 100-mile program, then you'll want to make sure that, you know, you communicate that to your president's office, whoever submits that, because it's typically the president's office that applies to be approved. And it's very clear in there now, you cannot offer a non-resident this alternate rate until you're approved. So that's now in the policy. The other thing in October was the redistribution of Beyond Time funds. So if you're one of those institutions and you received those funds, that was also part of that series of rule changes. We have been getting questions on how that works. There's different things on how do we use these funds and what can we use it for. And so we are looking at possibly sending out some guidance, but we have to figure out what questions we're going to address. So if you do have questions, if you can email to Shay Reed on it. She's the point person for that at this point. Let's see. I'm going to skip over those. So in January, there were some rules that were adopted, and those are effective on May 15th. And that includes our Texas College Work Study Program, Texas Armed Services Scholarship, Texas Transfer Grant, and Texas First Scholarship. So all of those programs have rule changes that will go into effect in a few months. So we will be sending out, you know, a notice once those are effective online. But you can always go and look at what was posted in the Texas Register for the proposed rules to see what those changes were. And then lastly, the April rules, we have some changes that are coming for Texas Grant, TEOG, TEG, and our general provision section. And the general provisions is the overarching chapter that affects everything within chapter 22. So you'll want to take a look at that. All of those rules are open for public comment, but most of those close this weekend. So you'll want to go and look to see what those changes are and submit those to our SFAP policy inbox, and I can provide that to you as well. I'll send that out today. Let's see, what else do we have going on? We made an announcement yesterday. I think we talked about this in December as well, that we have a new commissioner, Dr. Wynn Rosser. So it's been exciting. He's been very involved. Obviously, the session going on, he's down at the Capitol trying to advocate and do a lot of great things for higher education, but you will start to see his name more and more since he's now on board and getting up to speed with the coordinating board. As of, this was probably 2 weeks ago, we did a quick legislative session check, and at that point there were 200 bills that our agency was analyzing. I suspect it's quite higher now because I've seen a bunch more come through. And at that point, 44 of those were financial aid related, and I got like 15 more the other day. So I think it's probably pushing a higher amount at that point. But like John said, there's a lot of activities related to financial aid this session. So as we learn more and as things happen, you'll want to connect with your government relations and make sure you're, you know, on the Texas legislature online. You can get alerts on what's happening with those bills. The other thing that I wanted to just give you a heads up, we got notified that the Texas Administrative Code updated and redid their website. So they moved to a completely new platform. And so we went in and updated all of our links on our websites. But if you have any favorites saved or your going out to the Texas Administrative Code, you'll want to make sure that you go to their new website. It has a new look and feel and navigation. But one heads up, our historical documents all have the old code in them. So we will not be going back, 10 years and updating all of our things, but all of our websites should be updated for financial aid programs now. And some recent memos we did communicate this week. We sent out the maximum amounts for nursing student scholarships. So those are the packaging totals that you can use. We also sent out the maximum amount for TEG, the tuition equalization grant. A few weeks ago, we opened up the Good Neighbor program, and the deadline to submit nominations for the Good Neighbor is March 15th. So that's coming up quickly. So if y'all participate in Good Neighbor, make sure that your international office or whoever processes those is aware so that you can submit those students. Late January, we sent out the financial aid for Swift Transfer, the FAST program. We sent out the maximum tuition rate. We also sent out the maximum rates for Texas Grant, TEOG, and Transfer Grant. So I believe at this point, all of the maximums are out except for the TASK program, and that one should be coming out soon. We also released the FAD manual for FY25. We were made aware of a couple of things that we need to revise. So I believe we're working on that now with the FADS team. And so we'll be distributing an updated version. I think there was a typo or something in there. There's always something, right? And then lastly, I mentioned the 100-mile. We released the information on how to submit an approval request for the 100-mile. We released a fact sheet and also the intake form, which is an online fillable form. Some trainings, we're participating in the TASFA regional training. We've already attended 2 of those, and I believe there's 4 more to go. And so we're excited that we get to continue to partner on that. We're going to be attending the new aid officer workshop basics in Grapevine. And then we're hoping to partner with our other division. They'll be here later, but we're hoping to do a FAST training at some point to clarify a few things that have come up for the schools that use the FAST program. And what else? The only other thing that is coming down the pipeline is each year we collect a Title III letter from institutions that participate in the work study programs, because there's a matching requirement there, but if you have a Title III letter from the Department of Education, then you're exempt from that. And so we'll be requesting that from those institutions soon. Upcoming deadlines, I already mentioned Good Neighbor is March 15th. And then our TEG engagement guide or the report is due from the private institutions by April 15th. I've got 2 minutes to spare. Let me see if there's anything else I can tell y'all. I think that's it. What questions can I answer, if any? Could y'all hear me on the virtual? I tried to talk loud, but I was going quite fast. So.
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Yes.
Okay, well, I will send out the proposed rules so that y'all have a copy of those, and then we'll also resend the survey to everyone, especially the folks in the room. And if there's any other items, of course, we'll send those as well.
Okay, so right now we're going to pause for lunch, for a lunch break, and be back at 1.
At 1 o'clock.
At 1 o'clock.
We have a presenter at 1 o'clock, so if y'all can we'll be set up for that. But because we're in person today, we're actually taking a physical lunch, and we'll be back. And please, when y'all leave, for those on, if you can mute your computers, that way if you get on the phone or anything else, it's not blaring in our room here.
We can leave this. See you all back at 1.
Unfortunately, it was during.
Are we muting it or no? Are we just gonna leave it alone?
So I emailed for a message. Maxwell, so he's in a comment.
and all like that. What I was thinking about. And so we should, like you were talking about photos. So, yeah, just by, all I did was kind of.
Thank you, you too. Thank
She
you.
found something from there, and that's what's.
Hi, thank you.
Yeah. But look.
So how do we get back in?
This one, new things are.
Wait,
I think we're all going together.
Oh,
Bunch.
oh, we are?
Yeah.
Some of the TCs on the text.
Oh.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you.
They should be,
I should be able to.
Can someone confirm if y'all can hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. And can you all hear me? Can someone confirm? She's waiting.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like.
Okay, very good. I'm gonna do our afternoon roll call. Okay, I am here. Millette Leaf Green. Jackie. Scott Lipinski, I see him.
Here.
Leah is here. Mary Escobar.
Here.
Heather is here. Jackie Kelly.
I'm here.
Gabby is here. Linda McKendry.
Here.
Michelle Hill. Is she sit here?
Sorry.
Rebecca Marie.
I'm here. Here.
Erica Ramos.
Here.
Okay, there she is. Tanya has another meeting. Lisa Chobron. Beth is here. Dee Ingram. Amy Wilson.
Here.
Shannon Crosland.
Here.
Gabby is here. Letitia Addison. Denise Elisario. Cassandra is here. Rosanna.
Here.
And Sandra is here. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna go ahead to agenda item 12, a presentation from Coordinating Bugs Public Data on public data tools. With Brian and Sharon.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. We will jump right in and yay, we have no echo now. So sorry about that, y'all. That was my fault. My name is Brian Cordo, and I'm the Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Data Management Research. I work in data strategy, data governance, BI, data experience, anything related to data. So, and with me today is Sharon Wong.
I am Assistant Director of DMR. I work on all sorts of things. I'm a jack of all trades, I guess. Accountability on Almanac. We'll talk about T3 in just a minute. All sorts of legislative ad hoc requests. And I've been back here for almost 3 years.
Sharon is very humble also. She will not say all the other things that she does around DMR, but she is very much in the data all the time. So she's gonna kick us off today talking about the T3 tool. I think this will be really applicable to some of the work that that happens in your offices, but also as a sharing mechanism with others throughout your campuses. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Sharon, and then I will talk about our data resources, data tools at the federal and state level after she finishes. And we'll hold questions until after each section. So after Sharon finishes up talking about T3, she'll open the floor for questions. And then after I finish my section, I will open the floor for questions as well. We will share this PowerPoint presentation with the audience as well as the team. So you'll have a copy of that because there's a lot of slides. So we'll go through this relatively quickly.
And just a reminder, speak very loud so that the speaker up there can hear you.
All right,
Okay.
sounds good.
They couldn't hear us very well.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? if I speak at this level, thumbs up. I see it. Thank you so much. I want to make sure everyone can hear me loud and clear. So I'm gonna step you guys through our T3 dashboard. And I just want to introduce our project team in the beginning because without their work. It includes Alyssa Barra, Amy McCurdy, and Brian is our fearless PM, who's very humble as well. They bring amazing gifts and talents to this dashboard, and I definitely want to call them out for all their work on this. Okay. To give everybody a quick overview of how this came about, UHCCB has done an 8th grade cohort report starting from fall 1996. And we track 8th graders from fall 1996 to all the way through fall 2013. And we track data from 8th grade through 6 years of through high school graduation through post-secondary through the post-secondary pathways as well. And this report used to be in detailed spreadsheets with student data disaggregated by gender, ethnicity, region, economic disadvantage, and so forth. So if you look at the spreadsheet below in the snapshot, you see which is like a whole lot of different tabs of data that was produced in Excel. And it really shows you what the flow of students are going to look like through the Texas education pipeline. And this will help you identify where are those gaps or leaks in the pipeline. These come from 8th grade all the way through college. And so that was our 8th grade cohort report. And then in the spring of last year, we launched something called the T3 dashboard, which you see here. It's the same data as the 8th grade cohort report, but we brought all the data from the spreadsheets into Power BI. And so now you can see it looks a lot more interactive. There's ready-made visualizations. You've got drop-down slicers. You can capture 3 years of cohort data from FY11 through FY13. You can also download statewide summaries. So it's definitely visually much more digestible than it is with spreadsheets. And so the point here is that, you know, with a lot of data in spreadsheets, there's always opportunities to make it more visually interactive. And this is a great example of how we did that. And here's a purpose. Here's a quick look at the purpose, scope, and goal of our dashboard. Again, it's to provide some new insights on students' pathways by tracking the progress from 8th grade to post-secondary education. We look at 8th graders attending Texas public schools in a given fiscal year. And just to clarify, a fiscal year is very similar to the academic year. So FY11, we're looking at 8th graders starting from fall 2010 through that spring. We use National Student Clearinghouse and also statewide data. Outcomes are tracked for 11 years, including the last year of middle school, 4 years of high school, and 6 years of higher education. And our ultimate goal is to empower educators, policymakers, and stakeholders to make data-driven insights and support informed decision-making. And we hope that this tool can allow you to come up with new opportunities or interventions to help kids stay in school and help them get the credential or degree at the end of their post-secondary education. For our data sources for those, we use TEA enrollment files from 8th grade through 12th grade. We use TEA region, district, campus files. And then we use THECB enrollment and graduation files using our relevant CBM reports that you see there. And for out-of-state data, we started using National Student Clearinghouse data. And how we generate this, we use SAS to pull all the data together. And we generate the final output that is used in Power BI. Okay. Let's see. Key research questions. So here are some of the questions you can ask yourself when you're using this tool. And hopefully this will enable you to learn how to use T3. So questions you can ask is how many graduated from a Texas public high school? How many enrolled in a Texas higher education institution versus going out of state? And how many earned a college degree or credential within 6 years of high school graduation? And then you can also identify different college pathways by student gender, ethnicity, and economic status. And then you can also look at trends. How do outcomes compare year to year? And then just to show you just some of the highlights of T3 features, you have filters. You can filter by region, county, school district, and also by school and campus. And I'm going to show you that in a quick demo in a few minutes of how that works. And also you can disaggregate by gender, ethnicity, and economic status. And there's also like a Power BI tip like right here. If you click on that little eye, opening up a quick text definition of what that means. So this is a quick little thing in Power BI if you haven't used Power BI before. And also another feature that I'll also show you in just a minute is we have downloadable Excel files. Hold on just a minute. Okay. We have downloadable Excel files for the 8th grade cohort, but just know that we're downloading statewide summaries now. You have a nice print-friendly statewide summary of all the data, and then you can have that ready to go if you like. And I'll show you that in our demo in a few minutes. Okay. Another aspect of our dashboard is visualizations. And one way to visualize our student pathways is something called Sankey diagrams. Sankey diagrams are just a visualization to show you the flow from one state to another state. If you haven't heard of a Sankey diagram, here's a little fun fact. It was actually named after Irish engineer Captain Matthew Sankey, who first used this diagram in 1898 to visualize the energy efficiency of a steam engine. So if you can see here, this is his visualization, and you can see how it formed into the Sankey diagram that we know today. So if you learned anything today, you learned how Sankey diagrams were originated. Okay. So there's certain features of a Sankey diagram that I wanted to point out. It'll depict the flow of a specific group of cohort into different destinations. The width of the bar is proportional to group count, and each student is flagged by having a particular input and output state with only one pathway permitted. This will make much more sense when I go through the demo and go through the Sankey, and you'll see what some of these features mean. Just to make an important note, here are certain pathways that we can't show in T3. So it doesn't include every single pathway that kids can get to college. Some of the ones that we can't show in T3 are like those that stop out and then re-enroll. We're not showing completions past 6 years. And we don't include transfer pathways between institutions or states. For example, if they go to a 2-year to a 4-year. And then we always look at the highest degree attained. So if a student achieved an associate's and a bachelor degree within that 6 years, we only look at the bachelor's because that's the highest degree that they earned. So this is not exhaustive of all pathways, but it probably show you the some of the more significant pathways too. Okay, here's an example of how to interpret the Sankey. And here's a screenshot of statewide trends and insights. We're comparing economically disadvantaged and non-economically disadvantaged. So as you can tell, there's some economic disparities between the two groups. Texas higher education enrollment is lower for economically disadvantaged students. You can tell here, if you compare this bar to this bar, there's a pretty big gap. Enrollment in Texas 4-year institutions is lower for economically disadvantaged students. So you can see here, their 4-year, this little bar here is definitely much smaller than the bar over here. And overall completions higher in non-economically disadvantaged students. Overall completions here are much higher for non-economically disadvantaged students, especially for bachelor degrees. So right here, this is non-economically disadvantaged. So these insights were kind of describe some of the disparities we see in terms of economic status. And here's another snapshot comparing gender on the Sankey. Again, Texas higher education enrollment is higher for female students than male students by looking at the different widths of the bar. There's a higher proportion of male students not found in higher education here And there's a higher proportion of female students who first enroll in Texas two-year and then later complete a bachelor's, which is here. So this thank you will show to the gender disparities as well that we see in higher education. Okay, data masking. I just wanted a quick note that we do data mask in Power BI, just for important for FERPA compliance. We protect data that's linkable to a specific student or identify that student. We suppress aggregate student counts of less than 5. There's a couple of ways that we use strategies that we used in T3. We combine categories in some cases. And we also use some Power BI syntax to show blank and missing values if count is less than 5. So if you were looking at a really small school in a really small district, you might come up with blank values. That's because it's masked. Okay, and here's our roadmap of what we plan to do coming up. We're updating our data infrastructure. We're migrating all of this into a cloud data warehouse platform instead of CSV files. We are going to update this with the 8th grade cohort for 2014. We're going to include out-of-state enrollments on all the dashboard pages. And we will add out-of-state degrees and certificates data too. Something we think later in the year we also want to look at is where are we losing these students to, like which states out of state? Are we losing them to California? Are we losing to Florida? Identify like what programs do they have that maybe we don't offer? So different insights later in the year. We hope to get that built into T3 as well. Okay, so I'm going to just show you a quick demo of T3. The link is here. I'm going to just control link, bring this up. Here we go. So here you find it on DataBridge, and here you'll find our T3 dashboard. And you can see here on our overview tab, you have fiscal year, region, county, district, and 8th grade campus. So I'm gonna actually show you the appendix first. The appendix is a really great resource for you, for those who don't know the data, who aren't as familiar with the data behind T3. We've got data definitions, which explains what all the variables mean. Regions map. This is the download tab if you want to download a statewide view. Just to explain what the data is and some FAQs. And here are just some quick updates on what we've done with the dashboard. So on the overview, I'll just go through this real quick. So for region, we have statewide across the board, so you can also have a statewide view. So I'm going to use Houston as an example. So you click on Houston. Click on Houston for the region. And let's click on Harris for the county, because it's a big county. And then Houston ISD. Houston ISD. And then click on a campus, we're going to select Edison Middle School. This is where the 8th graders come from. It's the 8th grade campus. Click here, Edison. Okay. The Edison Middle School. So you can tell with the F 2013 cohort, we're looking, this is the number of 8th graders. This is the number that completed high school. And this is the number that enrolled in higher education. And this is the number that completed credentialing tests. Yeah. As you can tell, these numbers can be somewhat alarming, depending on which region you look at. So it's very insightful in terms of that. And you can also look at the educational attainment by gender. So if you want to take a deeper look into, well, where are those gaps? You can look at it by gender. And you click on this tab and you can look at by race ethnicity. So you can see this is primarily a Hispanic population that we're looking at for this particular school district. So just know that this is available to you. It's a great quick look at just what our 8th graders are doing, what our summary is. Year-to-year comparison, I'm going to quick look, you can look at the year-over-year trends here. You can see the filters are stay the same. So the filters you picked on overview carry over to year comparison, if that's the one that you want to look at. But we're gonna go over to Sankey real quick. And this is just a statewide. And this again describes the flow of students as they go through the pipeline. So if you're over here, let's look at statewide. You can hover over the bar and then give you the count. And then let's say, and out of the 876 that completed high school, you can click on this bar too. That tells you how many enrolled in Texas higher education. And then out of those, how many enrolled in a 2-year and how many enrolled in a 4-year. And then towards the end, how many got a certificate, bachelor's or associate degree. So that, I just wanted to give you a general idea of just like how Sankey's work. I know it took me a while to get used to reading them, but I hope you guys find this useful. As you start looking at our data, and don't forget the appendix tab. That'll definitely help you navigate the dashboard as well. And then, any questions? Just please contact me if you have any questions about T3, how it was built. I mean, I'm more than happy to get your feedback on how on this tool. And then after this, does anybody have any questions right now about T3?
How do you take into account students that move from one district to another?
One district to another, we're looking at where they ended up landing, like the last district they ended up at, where they graduated at.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if they went from Austin ISD to Round Rock ISD, for example, they graduated from Round Rock ISD, they would be included in Round Rock ISD.
However, they would still be in the initial count from 8th grade for the previous district.
They would count, well, they're, for the 8th grade cohort, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so like, let's say they started 8th grade in a middle school in Austin ISD, right? So we're still tracking them, but if they graduated from Round Rock High School, for example, there'll be a high school graduate from Round Rock High School, like from the Round Rock ISD. So those switch districts, and that's, does that make sense? Yeah. Makes sense. It can get really complicated. I think when we were working on this project, there were so many data nuances of how students can migrate from one school to another. And then you get to college and you got 2 to 4 year, what if they take a gap year? So all those type of questions come up. So we address them hopefully as best as we can. And you can find those answers in our appendix, but if not, please ask away. You guys have any more questions online or in the room? Anybody?
And again, we'll send out the slides, so you'll be able to go onto the T3 and actually do it. It's really insightful to maybe where you went to high school, if you went in Texas, and I did that.
Yeah.
I compared to where my nieces go, and it was really like, oh, wow, there's some big differences, and it's just down the road. It's really interesting how just a few miles makes a big difference.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn it over to Brian. You wanna share?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I will stop sharing.
Share. Let's see how clunky I can make this. All right. There we go. I'm going to be switching from place to place here. So I will just start from my current slide, which I always forget. Like I always end up starting from the very beginning every single time. So yeah, I got it right this time. Hey, thank you everyone for having us, first of all, and for joining us today. I'm going to talk about something a little bit different than what Sharon talked about. In that, how many of y'all are responsible for submitting the FADS report to the coordinating board? Or IPEDS to the IPEDS Financial Aid Survey? Okay, great. Well, I'm going to show you how we put those things to work. So like one of the things that I always appreciate about the institutions is like y'all work very hard to get surveys out to us and also to the federal government. And since our definitions are not aligned, there's all kinds of different nuances in that data that you'll have to deal with on a regular basis. So I'm going to talk about some data tools that I think are going to be very valuable for the institutions. And you may have heard of some of these, but I'm also going to highlight the financial aid indicators on these. This slide deck is kind of long, but I'm going to send it out to you, so it's more of like a reference for you and your teams. So with that, I'm going to get started, and I skipped. No, I did not skip. So these are the national data sources. I'm going to talk about College Navigator, College Scorecard, IPEDS. How many of y'all are familiar with all of those? Okay, so IPEDS is basically kind of feeds Scorecard and Navigator, and then I'm going to talk about the state information. How many of y'all are familiar with DataBridge? Not many. Yeah, I think that's kind of common. Okay, so that'll be some new information, and then there's a TAC website that's really interesting as well. So we'll dig into some of these, and again, all of these resources will be provided at the end of this presentation, so you'll have access to that. One of the things that I always want to start with is kind of some things that we need to look for when we're looking at the different types of dashboards and reports out there. Because there's a lot of data that's floating around in different places, and different organizations are putting things out there. But these are some of the key things that I look for when I'm looking at a website. First of all, as Sharon pointed out on T3, a solid methodology, solid definitions, appendix files, those are really important, because if you don't know like what the information is, where the information came from or how it's defined, you may misinterpret that. So that's always helpful for me. If I don't see that kind of stuff, that always gives me pause. I can think about examples that where someone said, oh, we're #1 in this, but if you dug into the survey, there was maybe like 5 people filled the survey out. So those type of things are always super important to understand. Comparison features are great. We'll talk about that in the College Scorecard specifically. Downloadable data is always helpful, and then contact information. That's kind of a pet peeve of mine. If there's all this information out there, and like, well, what if I have a question about it? How do I get in touch with you? So that's those are some things that we want to look for in some of these sites that we're going to visit. So first, let's start with national data resources. College Navigator, anyone familiar with that? People use that on a regular basis. Okay, great. So let me talk about College Navigator. I put on this is a slide that Christina Zavalev on my team put together. It's a great site if you just want to take a quick look at colleges and overall information about colleges. Specific colleges. You can also look at the some of the questions on the side, like Pell Grant, what % of students receive a Pell Grant, graduation rates by race, ethnicity. So right front and center, there is all this information. This is the College Navigator interface. It kind of has like a lot of yellow. I don't know, it's kind of weird, but I don't think this changes in many, many years. But one of the great things about this is you can also do a search by zip code. So if your institution is really interested to see hey, what other colleges are within 50 miles of my zip code, it's super easy to find that. And then also you can get the information about those particular institutions. A lot of information in College Navigator front and center, super easy to use. And so here's the idea that I just searched Wharton Junior College. And then you can dig into those things. So there's information on financial aid, and I got that here. So if you haven't seen this before, this is really great if you're just if you want to see what data is out there about institutions that are near you or your institution, what's been reported. Very quick, very easy. I put some ideas about some of the financial aid indicators that are specific to College Navigator. The types of aid by undergraduate student, especially first-time in college students, and then there's a subset of information for all undergraduate students. So one of the things about as we submit data to the coordinating board and IPEDS and other agencies, as long as that data is accurate, it goes into a number of different tools, especially at the federal level. These are just a few of the tools, such as College Navigator, Scorecard, IPEDS. But as you and then other sources draw from IPEDS as well. So it's just we have to make sure that all that data submitted is 100% accurate. Otherwise, the bad data propagates throughout the year until you go back and correct it in the provisional system. So I'll go through some live demos on this as well, but College Scorecard, familiar with that? Okay, College Scorecard, one of the things I like about this site is really able to get into the comparison very easily. One of the things about the College Scorecard is it does have some information on like debt after graduation. So that's a real useful indicator, and typical monthly loan payments. So I am going to do a quick demo of College Scorecard. Get into that. Okay. So I have pulled up here, and again, this search feature is really great. What I also like about this particular tool is under About the Data, there's a lot of information about how do you download the data, how do you get the documentation, and there's also an API. Anyone ever use the API for College Scorecard? So if you are like want to do something in Python or like grab all the data and just drag it into a particular tool or like copy all the data, College Scorecard has that offering. Now, a lot of these tools don't have that, but College Scorecard, took the time and effort to develop an API. APIs are kind of there's not many of those out in the wild like that. So that's something I encourage you to take a look at if you have like someone that's technical on your team, interested in downloading data directly to their software, such as Python or SAS or any kind of even probably Power BI can hook into this as well. So that's pretty cool. What I've done here is under the search schools, I just put location near me within 50 miles. And so it brings up, the schools that are near Austin. So if I click on, let's say Austin, Texas State, let's do St. Edwards. And then click on this bottom. This is kind of a weird part too, is like the comparison. It looks like it's just a weird, kind of a weird interface to actually do the comparison. But what's cool about this is that when you compare the 3 schools, you can also select different fields of study. Now this one is really interesting because you can very easily create like a chart and graph from this. And so let's say that you have like all your peer comparisons and like baseline peers, aspirant peers. You could select all of those schools and generate like a very quick report on the fly using College Scorecard. So what I've done here is just I selected those 3 schools that are within the area: Austin, Texas State, St. Ed's. And then if you go down, you can see graduation rates, median earnings, college information here, so you can see other types of things that are like full-time enrollment, different types of like overall enrollment, like what are the sector, whatever's all that, websites are out there. Economic diversity is pretty interesting as well. And if you keep going and scrolling down, there's like financial aid, debt here. You can actually drill into, federal student loans, Parent Plus loans, what % of students receive that type of loan, median debt after graduation. So like there's a ton of stuff that is, how long did that take to get to? A couple of seconds, right? So this is something that's really useful. I have 2 daughters that are going to be going to college soon, and I will definitely use College Scorecard to like, figure out how much the bill is going to be. So I think this is a really cool site, and it's very easy to use, very user especially in comparison, like doing the comparisons. Whereas College Navigator is kind of like if you're interested in one school, that's easy to get to, but the comparison is not so easy to get into in College Navigator. Okay, so we will keep going.
Are you covering iPads? Because that is a term I didn't know.
iPads? Okay, great. Yeah, iPads is next up. So thank you for the segue. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was perfect. It was perfect. So if you're not familiar with iPads, there's a bunch of different surveys that the higher education institutions fill out and send out to the federal government. And so that's one of the surveys is a financial aid survey. There's an enrollment survey. There's admissions. There's outcomes. They're growing all the time. There's a new cost survey that's out now as well. But one of the things about that is that they don't just take the data in and keep it. They actually, take that data and propagate it out to other their iPads use the data tool. And so if you're not familiar with that, This tool has changed a lot in the last probably year and a half or so. So I have not really dug into it much, but what they're trying to do is make the interface a lot more user intuitive. Has anyone used like the use the data part of iPads before? Okay, great. This is super interesting, super intuitive as well. So I'm gonna go through and look at this. And my role, I always think of like data Sherpa, because there's like a lot of stuff out here. And so you see all these tabs and like, what do I do? Like, what am I supposed to go to next, right? So I'm gonna go to the next page. One of the things on this one is you can get from College Navigator. This actually, iPads actually feeds things like College Navigator and those kind of things. But this is one chart that's out here is like net price of attendance for schools or for students by income level. But let me just dig into iPads, because this is one thing that I thought would be really interesting for this team is this is the interface of iPads, and it is a little bit not intuitive. So I'm gonna show y'all how we're gonna get in something very interesting, very valuable, and very quick. So Data Explorer, publications and products, they're kind of more things that have been put out there by the federal government for everyone to look at. The Data Explorer, you can search keywords, key topics, but they're like overall reports. Sometimes they get down to a state level, sometimes institution, but not quite so much. The Data Trends custom reports, this is where you can actually get into your particular institution and do some cool stuff by building different types of tables and running different kinds of statistical like means and that kind of thing on particular groups of institution or for your institution in comparison with other groups. But what I like about this tool the most, let me see before. Oh yeah, you can also download like custom data files, download access databases. Those still exist apparently. And they also have an API built in with R and Python, I think as well, but not so familiar with that, but that option does exist. Now, what's cool about this is I want to highlight the data feedback report. Anyone familiar with that? Okay, great. So data feedback report is super easy to use. It's intuitive. And so on this screen, you could basically type in your particular institution, and we'll type in San Antonio, if I can spell. That's always dangerous, typing on the fly. So we're gonna do UTSA. So we'll go to the next screen here. And so find University of Texas San Antonio, click on that. Now it's a little hard to see on the screen. I get that. But there's a couple things you can do on here. You can create a statistical analysis report. I don't do that. Custom data feedback report. This is if you want to select custom sets of peers. Now, your IR people have already put your peers into iPads, so you won't have to go through and look at those peers and set those peers up if you go to this third option, which is the view data feedback report. So this is super cool. You just click this button. You can get it in an HTML format or a PDF format for downloading. But this, and also the last, however many years, so you can kind of do comparisons from like 2006 forward. Now, if you go back to 2006, you might have a different set of peers back in 2006 than you do now, but that's just something to remember. And then if you want to do something more custom, what you could do is use that custom data feedback report. But within a couple clicks, from use the data to data feedback report to this button, it's like 3 clicks in. It'll generate this whole PDF for you. And so this great green, I'm not sure where that green came from. Hopefully the federal government's not watching me right now. But one of the things I like about this report is there are a lot of facts, figures, feedback, lots of descriptions here. As I said before, one of the things that we always want to look for is like definitions and those type of things. So this does have a lot of information. Again, within a couple of clicks, you've got information on, who the peers are. That's really hard to see, so sorry about that. But let me just zoom in. So here's UTSA's peers for those years. You've got information on admissions, student enrollment, awards, financial aid. So if I scroll down here, you'll see that it's like first time, full-time enrolled, full-time, part-time. And if you mouse over, you can see the actual numbers here as well. You can see enrollment by race, ethnicity, and you've got the institution, your institution, the home institution you've selected, and then all your comparison groups separate there as well. So you can see like the breakouts. And again, we did this in 3 clicks, right? So super simple. Impress your boss with your, hey, look what I just built, boss. So great, so great. There's some information on financial aid here. Let me get to that. Student financial aid. Let me get to that category there. Okay. Let's get out here for a second because we have all this information about enrollment counts, definitions, all those kinds of things here. And if I go back to, let's search for Pell Grants, you can see like types of aid here. You can see that there's all kinds of different things on here, like tuition and fees, net price of attendance. There's a lot of different things that are just built in here, and just, within 3 clicks, you can get to all that data. So I'm going to jump to the next one. Okay. Next one, we're talking about state resources. Now, there's a lot of resources out there at the state level. Anyone familiar with the FAFSA reports? We have some financial aid data out there. We have enrollment data. And our with the research division is really to turn data that is submitted by institutions back into insight for these institutions. You can then help your students graduate and go ahead and change the world, because that's what we're here. This is DataBridge. Yeah.
I'm just gonna call it, Millette, can you hear me? If you can,
Yes,
put
ma'am.
something in the chat.
Yes, I can hear you. And now I can't.
It's like they went on mute.
Yeah.
Okay, I can hear you.
Yeah,
I
I
can
think
hear
we can
somebody.
all hear each other, but
Someone,
We can hear each other,
if
but I don't think
someone
we
can
can hear
you
the Austin
talking,
group.
can you put something in the chat?
Oh, there's Leah.
Just
I
letting
heard
you
it.
know.
It just was brief.
I heart technology.
But if I,
Okay, so if y'all can hear me, then, we're trying to get it restarted. We're having internet issues in the room that we're in, so just hang tight. We'll hopefully be able to wrap this up. Give
Thank
us
you.
just a few minutes.
Not sharing on the screen there. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we got you.
Yes, and we can
Yes.
see the data bridge screen.
Yes.
We're gonna try one more thing, y'all. We're gonna try one more thing.
You can take a break.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing up here, but.
No, yeah, so yeah. It's on the screen. I'm just.
You can see it?
They can't see it. No, they said they can.
They can see it, yeah. And it even says like, I'm sharing the screen, but it's this is the black screen. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Hey, look at that.
So you're in presentation mode now.
You guys want donuts? Yeah.
We're good. So everyone can hear, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. You're welcome.
I don't know. So Cecilia said she was.
Yeah, the hot, I can.
So I got 2 minutes to finish this up. Oh, now one. So we're gonna I'll kind of knock through data bridge a little bit, and then like I said, all of this stuff will be shared with you from this presentation. Happy to have answer questions as well. The thing about data bridge is there's 2 types of reports on data bridge, and there's one type called the explanatory, and I'll go through explanatory, and this basically has a narrative format with the visualization as well. So if I go down, you'll see that there are Power BI reports, and it's going to take a little bit of time because we got a little bit of lag in the internet. But there's various Power BI reports that are out here, but encompassed in those is the narrative about like what the data is showing, right? Then there's another type of report. This is like enrollment, and this is specific to COVID-19. It's looking at before 19 and after where we're at. We have some other types of dashboards here on enrollment, undergraduate enrollment by course load and student type. And then you've got some also trend data here. So if you want to look at trends, you can. But what's really cool about this is you can also do a deeper dive. Let me just go all the way to the top, enrollment. And then what we're going to do is we're going to look at, so this is like under read reports, but this interactive data, this is super cool, y'all. So let me just jump in here, and I'm at 2 o'clock, so I'm about to get kicked out by Cecilia. She's going to tell me to go back to where I came from. So one of the things that's cool about this is, so this dashboard is like a very interactive format. You can really dig into specific things that you're interested in, right? So right now we're looking at the year 2023 data. We have underway in 2024 upload of data that is led by Amy McCurdy. She's amazing. That will start within the next week or so. So we'll start to have the 2024 data uploaded pretty soon. But let's say that you're, I don't know, interested in a particular type of major at the bachelor's level, from bachelor's level. But this allows you to also dig into different levels of zip code, which is kind of like a standardized type of major. So all your different institutions have different major names for the same thing. So it might be like computer science at one place. It might be computing science at another place. It might be computer science and data science in the same deal, but they all roll up into a certain thing like computer information sciences. So if I'm interested across the state at 2-year public institutions, I can click on the 11 code and say, oh, wow, we had a pretty big increase here from like 375 to 839 in 1 year for 2-year publics. We also have the same thing for 4-year public institutions here as well. So you can dig in also by classification, freshman enrollment. It might be interesting to see like, hey, what's happening with our freshman enrollment pipeline? So because the freshman enrollment is going to inform, sophomore and junior and senior. So it looks like we're on a good trend for freshman enrollment over the past few years, which will bode well for future enrollment growth. So this interactive tool is super great. There's a bunch of other ones out there as well with completions data, a very similar view of completions. And then there's a little bit of financial aid data on manageable debt and credits to value, but I would say the enrollment and completions are the most well thought out and useful information out there. So moving on, I'm just going to talk about one more thing. Accountability is a great website too. What you can do here is really download a bunch of data from the interactive portion of accountability in CSV files. So we can download a bunch of data on student enrollment by zip code. I've done that before and built out a dashboard on this data. There's like, I think 50 different types of tables you can download CSV files. And those CSV files, you can download them for all institutions in the state. It's all that data is already publicly available and out there. There's some information on financial aid indicators. And I put the tax stuff as a supplementary data there as well. Our contact information is here as well. And we're happy to talk with anybody if you have any questions, if you want to pass our names around, those kind of things. We're always happy to talk with people about different types of data that are publicly available. Because that's one of the things that is really important, is that all this information, it's free. It's out there. You don't have to pay for it. Like the institutions are already doing all the hard work to get those files certified and out into the public. So this is our goal within the data management research team, is really to get that data back to the institution so you can glean insights on that, not just for your institution, but as for comparisons with other institutions similar to you. So with that, I'll close and go through any questions on that. Happy to answer any questions. Also, we'll be sharing this out with y'all as soon as we get back to our desk. So.
Does anyone have any questions?
All right. Well, our emails are on there as well, so feel free as you're browsing through different data sites to send us emails, and we'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Yeah, yeah, thank you. And we'll get that slide deck to y'all right now. I'll give it to Leah, and then Leah will give it to y'all.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thanks everybody.
Thank you. Bye. And for everybody on your team is on there too.
Yes, yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item is where the members can discuss any achievements, progress, or ask questions. Anything heavy on your mind and heart? This is our.
Hey, nice to meet you. If you got questions about we got a whole we got I think maybe
Doesn't even have to be financial aid.
yeah, and cool.
I have positive and negative.
Okay.
Financial and not. I think, it was really helpful this year that we knew how to approach financial aid, that, after last year, which was very traumatic, some of the members also expressed, that we've been able to complete more and more easily even with the invitations, because we found that going through the parent side first and deleting the students, if they'd already started it and had an invitation, it worked. We've had to do less forensics as an organization, and it seems as can as well. So I'm really happy about that. The beta testing was a big help. The schools that we had do beta testing that were specialty hit 90% really quickly, 90 and above. Comprehensive, it didn't make as much of a difference. Our biggest situation this year was Apply Texas has been sad because even with, in the beginning, there were questions on there that were very invasive, and students had certain students, specifically the documented population, had no way of knowing answers to as a high school student. And then they were eventually just kind of taken off. The part where when we were talked to about it, and it was introduced that T-Rex would be sending transcripts, that showed up as withdrawals at the high school level. So I had 30 withdrawals one time from a registrar, and that's how we forensically figured that out and had to advise against it. The maintenance that they've done, like when these A&M Commerce became East Texas, were during the day versus during the night, which affected our ability to work with students on applications on multiple occasions. The delay, we're used to the delay. So I'm hoping and hopeful that going forward, we will have less of those issues. It is the first time, and I've been doing this for a little over 12 years, that universities sent us emails and said, do not use this. That are state institutions, public institutions, that said, Common App only, which is against what you guys, or the THECB would want it. So I'm very hopeful because I've met the people for THECB, and I think you guys are fabulous, and hope that we can get these kind of kinks worked out.
You know, so I mean, Debbie reached out to me about Apply Texas, and we've kind of partnered her with the area that oversees that. So if you ever have something where you need, you know, partnership or connection point, then you can always reach out to us.
Yeah, I didn't even go into the counselor suite, which is what I reached out to you about, not having that. To me, that counselor suite is gold. It's so informative for the application process and reaching out to the students that haven't done it, closing applications, knowing about passive submission. And we haven't been able to rely on it at all. We've had to kind of guess more. Because there's always a question of how much note taking do you take in a school environment because of FERPA and because of hacking and all of that. We want to protect students. And so using that platform allowed us to keep it separate and us not to keep our own spreadsheets, but we had to keep our own spreadsheets because it was hit or miss if they were going to have access or not.
Folks on the phone. Anything exciting going on at your school? University school, and you also change people. I do not believe that. I'm sure when Thursday. Somebody had a software migration happening, right? Is that you, Jackie? Somebody has, we're transitioning. That was a long time ago.
Well, one last thing, TASFA online was much easier. I was really proud of the people that worked on it. That was very easy to understand, has had a great user experience. So thank you for all that hard work.
Yeah, I mean, kind of to that point, whenever you launch a software, it's going to start out with all these things.
For
And
sure.
I think that's Apply Texas for sure is going to improve over time. But yeah,
And it had problems with New Texas handling it too. So it just is normal. This just had a few extra problems.
I don't think we have anything else. I'll get to the next item, which is thanking you for joining us today. Those of you who came in and those who joined us online, we appreciate you for being here with us. I wanted to remind you that our next meeting is virtual, June 5th. Okay.
So we're gonna say that in our normal cycle of FAAC, we select a vice chair, usually in the June meeting, and then start in September. That's when the baton is passed from the chair to the vice chair goes up to the chair. So in September, then Scott will become the chair of the meeting, vice chair. So for next meeting, please be thinking about that so that if you want someone to nominate you or you want to self-nominate, we'll be probably doing that at the next meeting. We'll have an agenda item for that piece. So we don't have to make any decisions now, but start thinking about that for this upcoming time.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, I don't know how long ago that was.
She just
Oh,
did it.
we were saying that, in the June meeting, we'll be looking at doing the vice chair selection, because in September, it'll shift from Cecilia to Scott, so we'll need a new vice chair for the upcoming year. And so just start thinking about that now, if you're interested in becoming the vice chair. You can either have someone nominate you or you can self-nominate at that point. But we don't want to blindside anybody in June and say, hey, who wants to do this opportunity? Because that's happened before, but just we'll be doing that process next time. So,
Okay, and I have a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn. Second. You all enjoy the rest of your day and I'll see you in June.
Thanks for being so patient.
Yeah. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Would it be helpful with the notes? I know it was a joke, but you want me to send where they have? Potentially, it's depending on the audio. Okay.
Set them up also for